Coroner's Court has commenced.
Good morning. Yes, Mr. Castleton.
No, please, Your Honour. This is the inquiry into the cause and origin of the Kangawalla Die-Hard bushfire. The fire takes its name from the Kangawalla Reserve, where it originated, and the small rural spot of Die-Hard, where it caused its greatest destruction. Throughout this opening, and indeed throughout the hearing, I will refer to it as the Kangawalla Fire. The Kangawalla Fire burnt in the Glen Ennis local government area in the Northern Tablelands, encompassed within the lands of the Nurugul people. The fire burnt for 1 month and consumed an area of approximately 21,143 hectares, comprising 13,000 hectares of state forest and national park and almost 9,000 hectares of private property. At least 72 homes and 67 outbuildings were destroyed, and at least a further 17 homes were damaged by fire. Numerous injuries were reported to police, but many more were not. The devastation unleashed by this bushfire on 8 November 2019 was catastrophic. Your Honour will hear that at a time when the fire was considered to be under control, the Kangawalla fire broke containment lines and tore through the remote, tight-knit community of Waitalaba in Die-Hard, engulfing homes, destroying the local school, and sadly, Your Honour, claiming the lives of 2 of its residents, George Knoll and Vivian Chaplin. The inquest into the manner and cause of their deaths will be heard following this inquiry. My learned friend, Ms Stevens, will outline the circumstances of their deaths in separate opening submissions tomorrow morning. Today, Your Honour will hear oral evidence from 4 witnesses regarding the cause and origin of this fire. The officer in charge of the investigation, retired Detective Sergeant Damien Loon, Rural Fire Service Investigator Danny Bush, Detective Senior Constable Andrew Chettam, and a local resident, Dylan McKean, who was an RFS captain at the Red Range Brigade, who was the first to report this particular fire. In addition to their oral evidence, the court will have the benefit of materials contained in the brief of evidence, to which I will tender shortly, including statements from members of the Rural Fire Service who were directly involved in the fire, statements from the former Mayor of Glen Ennis Council and long-time residents of Waitalaba, Carol Sparks, and the former Director of Development Planning and Regulatory Services of Glen Ennis 7 Council, Mr Graham Price. As outlined last week, in this hearing segment, the court will only hear evidence regarding the cause and origin of this fire. Evidence as to the adequacy of the response in the bushfires by individuals or firefighting agencies may be considered during a dedicated hearing to occur at this court commencing on the 5th of September later this year. Your Honour, I now turn to cause and origin of the Kangawalla Die-Hard fire. The Kangawalla fire is believed to have started on the 26th of October 2019 from a lightning strike on a tree within the Kangawalla Reserve. The Kangawalla Reserve lies within the area of Shannon Vale and is east of Glen Ennis and west of the Man River Nature Reserve. The evidence concerning the area of origin of the Kangawalla fire, which Your Honour will receive shortly, points to it being in a remote area marked in the following satellite image. Here, Your Honour will see the area of origin in proximity to Dylan McKean's property in Red Range, which sits in an area of cleared farming land and is south of the Man River. Your Honour will see the Man River depicted on this map to the west of the area of origin, but it in fact runs between the area of origin and Mr McKean's property from the west to the east, and then it turns and runs in a northerly direction. As Your Honour can see on the map, between the area of origin and Waitalaba. The area of origin is north of the Man River within Kangawalla Reserve. As one travels closer to the river from Dylan McKean's property, one comes upon inaccessible scrub land and a number of gorges. On the northern side of the river, the land rises and vegetation changes into more dense bushland. Fire trails provide some access to the area, but most of it is regarded as inaccessible. The fire travelled predominantly eastwards to impact the Waitalaba community in Die-Hard, which Your Honour will see marked on the map to the east, through which the Man River continues. The far west of the map is the township of Glen Ennis. Your Honour will now see a closer view of the area of origin, and I'll just have my instructing solicitor zoom in. The area is described as remote, with heavily wooded bushland of eucalypt and low shrubs and grasses in the undergrowth, and with enough fuel load for fire propagation. The terrain is rugged and a mix of slowly undulating to very hilly parts and steeper gullies and gorges. The area of origin was found to be within a deep ravine in an area south of Skeleton Creek Road and north of the Man River. And I'll just have a document brought up which is found at page 1465. Let's see if we can have that magnified. Your Honour, this image gives Your Honour an appreciation of the nature of the terrain, and the red marker identifies the area of origin. Your Honour can see the topography in that aerial image and the steepness of some of those ravines and gorges to which I've just referred. Your Honour, the fire was first reported by Dylan McKean, who lives at 464 Cooper Road, Red Range. As mentioned, Dylan will shortly give evidence about his observations of this fire from his perspective as captain of the Red Range Rural Fire Brigade. Although he was not actively on duty at the time of the fire, the court will hear that he provided the Glen Ennis Fire Control Centre with valuable information with regard to the location and the development of the fire in its early stages. Mr McKean will give evidence that he witnessed a storm pass through the valley near his property in the afternoon of 26 October 2019. That storm was in the direction of the Man River, which is 1.5 kilometres from his property. Mr McKean describes that he heard the sound of a large crack of lightning and believed that it was close, as he could hear the sound of a sizzle following the crack. Of that lightning strike, Mr McKean says that he was so concerned that he started to have a look around his property to see if anything had been hit. It was not. However, until the next day, just before 10 a.m, that is the 27th of October 2019, Mr McKean observed a plume of smoke in the distance on the northern side of the Man River. He took a photograph of what he saw and sent it to the Glen Ennis Fire Control Centre at 10:07 that morning. And Your Honour will see that photograph now on the screen. Your Honour can see in the distance an area of faint smoke on the rise of the hill, and that distance, according to Mr McKean, is about 1.5 kilometres away. After sending that photograph, Mr McKean telephoned the Fire Control Centre and asked whether he should call 000. He was advised that the Fire Control Centre would notify 000, and he provided a map and coordinates of what he believed to be the general location of the fire. In the meantime, at 11:30 a.m, the Shannon Vale Brigade of the RFS telephoned Mr Alexander to inform him that a fire had been detected on his property. Mr Alexander has provided a statement to the court. He states that the RFS crews arrived at his property and he accompanied them to the southwest corner where they located the fire. At that time, the fire was burning an area of about 2 hectares with smoke plumes about 500 metres high. Mr Alexander's wife took some photographs of the fire, which gives Your Honour an idea of how quickly the fire was growing in its initial stages. And I'll just have my instructing solicitor bring up onto the screen some of those photos taken by Mrs Alexander on the 27th of October. The first one Your Honour sees was taken at 1:24 p.m. from the Alexander property. And then the next photograph, Your Honour, I understand, was taken at 1:59 p.m. And Your Honour can see in that half an hour period in between the extent of the evolution of the fire with the rising smoke plume. At about 1:45 p.m, Mr McKean noticed that the small plume of smoke that he had observed earlier that morning had now developed into a larger fire and had progressed significantly in an easterly direction across the hill. And Your Honour will see a further photograph taken by Mr McKean at about 1:45 p.m. Mr McKean sent this particular fire to the Fire Control Centre as well. Mr McKean, Your Honour, also took a further photograph at 12 minutes past 3 in the afternoon showing the fire's progression. Your Honour, this photograph's found at page 314 is the brief, and I'll just have that displayed now for Your Honour's benefit. According to Mr McKean, at this point the fire had crossed the ridge. If my instructing solicitor could please bring up page 196 of the brief, Your Honour will hopefully see a satellite image. I'll just see if we can magnify that for Your Honour's benefit. Your Honour, this is a Google satellite image contained in Mr McKean's statement that marks the area where he believed the location of the fire had been when he first sighted it near his property on the morning of the 27th of October 2019. Your Honour can see that his property is pinpointed in red, which is south of the Man River, and the location of the fire is north of the river, marked with a white pinpoint. I'll just see if my instructing solicitor can identify that with the cursor, and Your Honour there sees the river. Thank you. I'll just now have some additional images brought up onto the screen, Your Honour. The following images are also contained within the brief of evidence, Your Honour, and they show pictorially the development of the Kangaroo fire in its early stages. And for the benefit of my learned friend, they're found at pages 320, page 321, and also between pages 315 and 319. I'll just see whether those can be magnified. If not, we'll just move through those slowly. And Your Honour will see the fire in its early stages. Thank you. The officer in charge of the investigation has expressed the opinion that the apparent cause of the Kangaroo fire was lightning, which struck a tree in bushland in Kangaroo in the area of Shannon Vale, New South Wales. This opinion was formed after a fire investigation was conducted by a Rural Fire Service fire investigator, Danny Bush, and Detective Senior Constable Andrew Chettam. Mr Bush attended the general area of origin on the 10th of November 2019 and observed that the area of origin was accessible from Skeleton Road. Mr Bush will give evidence that he observed a tree still intact with what appeared to be a recent lightning scar from the top of the tree to the ground. He observed advancing burn pattern indicators to the east of the lightning scar tree. Mr Bush eliminated all other potential causes of the fire and concluded that the fire was caused by a lightning strike to that particular tree. And I'll just have brought up now, Your Honour, some photographs of the particular tree in question. Your Honour will see that the scar running down the trunk of that particular tree, which the expert evidence indicates was caused by a lightning strike. And I just have displayed for Your Honour 2 other photographs, if that's convenient. Your Honour sees there a closer view of the scar caused by the lightning strike. Your Honour, Mr Bush states that the initial fire was contained up until the 8th of November 2019, at which time it breached a containment line on the eastern part of the fire due to an extreme fire weather event putting intense pressure on stable containment lines. And that's probably best demonstrated, Your Honour, by the following map. And Your Honour sees those containment lines in red. The breaches of the containment line most likely occurred from the southeastern section, just above the Man River, with additional spot fires deeper down the valley below Donnelly Trail in the north. The fire then increased in intensity due to extreme fire weather, drought factors, moisture deficits and available fuel. Your Honour, Detective Senior Constable Chettam, attached to the Inverell crime scene section of the New South Wales Forensic Services Group, also conducted a fire investigation and concluded that the origin of the fire was an area south of 114 to 244 Skeleton Creek Road, Shannonvale, where a large tree had been struck by lightning. Detective Senior Constable Chettam also notes the presence of lightning strikes in the area around the time of the fire. In his supplementary statement, Detective Senior Constable Chettam also provided the coordinates of the lightning-struck tree, identified as the point of origin by himself and RFS fire investigator Danny Bush. In accordance with mapping generated by the RFS, Detective Senior Constable Chettam also plotted 2 areas of fire in bushland in Kangaroo Reserve, south of 114 to 244 Skeleton Creek Road, Shannonvale. Your Honour, I will return to that matter shortly, and it will be a focus of some of the evidence that is led throughout the course of today. Available lightning data provided by the RFS indicates that there was lightning activity in or near Shannonvale on the 26th of October 2019, notably west of the suspected point of origin of the Kangaroo fire. And Your Honour, I just have brought up a map that depicts that. And Your Honour sees 2 areas. One, Your Honour sees Kangaroo. That, Your Honour, will hear evidence is a point of origin for the ignition. And Your Honour then sees the brown shading, and that was also the area of another fire. Your Honour, the court has the benefit of the statement of Barry Grobb, captain of the Shannonvale Brigade, who was dispatched to investigate the smoke sighting soon after it had been reported by Dylan McKean. Mr Grobb states that although the distance between Shannonvale and the Kangaroo Reserve is approximately 2 kilometres, it took him almost an hour to arrive at the site. The terrain and vegetation making much of the area inaccessible to vehicles. Mr Grobb describes that when he finally reached within 200 to 300 metres of the fire, it had taken off. He says in his statement the following, Your Honour: the wind was blowing a gale and there was no way that we could contain it. We had no radio or mobile reception due to the location we were in. Some parts we could get a signal, but it was difficult. We fought the fire as much as we could. We used hoses and helicopters to fight the fire, but we had no water. The terrain was terrible and difficult to access and properly fight the fire or suppress it. He goes on to say the fire was going east towards Waitalaba with a strong westerly behind it. On Monday, 28th October, that's the following day after the fire was first reported, Your Honour, Mr Grobb says, we went back down to where the fire was burning and we attempted to attack it again, but the wind pushed the fire east. We had a large number of resources on the ground on Monday the 28th and Tuesday the 29th. Your Honour, the Kangarwalla fire was authorised as going by the RFS at 10:37am on the 27th of October 2019. It's about a half an hour after Mr McKean reported it to the Fire Control Centre. By that point, a Section 44 declaration had already been made in response to the Bees Nest fire located within the Guy Fawkes National Park and was amended to include the Glen Innes local government area. Your Honour will separately inquire into the Bees Nest fire on Wednesday this week. Your Honour, I'll just have my instructing solicitor bring up, if she could please, pages 327 to 330 of the brief. Your Honour, these aerial images were taken by the RFS, show the scene of the fire in the afternoon of that same day, that is the 27th of October, at around 3:30pm. Now, Your Honour gets a sense of the area that this fire is burning in that last image at page 330. Now, returning to the 27th of October, to the latter part of the morning, once the Shannon Vale Brigade had arrived at Mr Alexander's property, they set out to combat the fire. Mr Alexander states in his statement they got the fire truck as close as they could, and as the fire moved to the east, another fire truck from the Board Knob Brigade went to that area. Other fire trucks also arrived to assist. Helicopters were pulling water from the dams on the Alexander's property. That night a bulldozer arrived and they tried to install a fire break, but the ground was too rough and rocky. Mr Alexander's wife took this photograph of a helicopter lending aerial support on the 27th of October 2019. Incident mapping produced by the RFS at the commencement of the fire, which I now have displayed to the Court, Your Honour, which will show the edge of the fire, which is represented by red dots. I'll just see if we can have that slightly magnified for Your Honour's benefit. So the fire edge, Your Honour, as I said a moment ago, are the red dots. Proposed control lines to contain the fire are also depicted and are represented by those black crosses Your Honour sees encompassing the fire edge and extending across both the north and the southern sides of the Man River. Your Honour will also see an active spot fire identified and marked by a red circle with a red asterisk within it to the east of the fire's edge. Just see if the cursor can circle around that. Sometimes it's hard to see. Yeah, thank you. A fire prediction map prepared on the 27th of October 2019, which is found at page 200 of the brief of evidence for the benefit of my learned friend Mr Newton, shows the fire edge, again the small red dots around a red flame icon, and this is for the period 2:30pm, this fire prediction map. It predicts that there may be potential spot overs from the fire towards the east between 3:30 and 5:30pm that day. The spread of the fire, Your Honour, in the first 24-hour period is captured in this particular fire progression map, which is found at page 151 of the brief. Your Honour will see, as you have previously, that the fire origin is marked by the diamond icon, which is to the slightly above the word Kangarwalla. And, Your Honour, there is also a larger area of fire evident in the east-northeast, which is marked on the map by the brown shaded area, which Your Honour saw in a previous map. And going to the next map, which is slightly larger in scale, Your Honour will see the smaller of the two fires is now discernible relative to the larger of the two fires in the northeast. So Your Honour has one fire around the word Kangarwalla, and to that northeast where the brown shading is a second fire. The area of the origin of the fire to the left-hand side of the map, Your Honour, which is the smaller of the two fires, is mapped to show fire progression from 2:37 p.m. However, the larger fire to the east is not mapped until about 3 minutes past 5 that same afternoon. Detective Senior Constable Chetham has used the coordinates supplied by RFS to calculate the distance between those two fire areas, which he has calculated to be approximately 4 kilometres. And that's done in the next image, which I'll have my instructing solicitor display now for Your Honour's benefit. Map of two fire locations and lightning struck tree can be seen in the middle, previously displayed. So Your Honour will see that where the cursor was just there a second ago. Now, Your Honour, by the 29th of October, so that's about 2 days after the fire was first sighted, these two separate fires had merged into one fire, the larger of the two having progressed approximately 3 kilometres to the east, north and west, where it joined with the smaller fire. In the week that followed between 30 October and 7 November, the fire continued to burn, but its progression slowed significantly. And it was mapped as either not spreading or spreading distances of less than 1 kilometre or 2 to 6 kilometres per day. Then things changed for the worst, Your Honour. On the 8th of November 2019, the weather conditions deteriorated quickly and dramatically. On this date, maximum temperatures at Glen Innes reached 27 degrees, a west-northwesterly wind, a bad wind for fire, Your Honour, had gusts of 52 kilometres per hour were recorded. The fire was mapped as making a significant run of approximately 9.4 kilometres to the east in what was considered extreme and anomalous fire behaviour. The fire progression mapping shows the growth of the fire, Your Honour. This is a composite map where Your Honour sees the line scan. I think there's just one other map as well, on page 166. And do we have 165? If we could have that, please. And that, Your Honour, shows the progression from the 27th of October until the 8th of November. On this fateful day, that is the 8th of November, Your Honour, it took so much from Waitalaba and its surrounding communities. At 10 a.m. on the 8th of November, the RFS recorded that there were no reports of smoke and predicted that there was a low chance of fire impacting on property. That's at 10 a.m. By 4:28 p.m, the conditions had drastically changed. There was fire activity in the Broad Knob sector of the Kangarwalla fire, which was towards the northwest side of the fire, with the fire progressing from that area in an easterly direction under strong winds. Due to the weather conditions, aircraft assistance was unable to be utilised at this time. Spotting was identified ahead of the fire front, and further spotting and ember attacks were predicted to impact on the Waitalaba community, who had begun to evacuate to the local shop. Less than 20 minutes later, at 4:44 p.m, spot fires began impacting on Waitalaba. An emergency alert was issued from around 4:48 p.m. for the Kangarwalla area, with SMS messages sent to 357 services, of which unfortunately 67 were not delivered, and voice messages made to 17 services, of which 7 were not answered. By 5:11 p.m, the fire was actively impacting upon Waitalaba, with direct impact on homes and assets. Air attack and further task forces were deployed to assist. The RFS notes its main objectives and strategies at this stage were to protect life and evacuate local residents. The next hour saw complete devastation for the Waitalaba community. The fire continued to engulf homes, with fire crew access impeded by fallen trees, inaccessible roads and the fire itself. As Your Honour will hear, fire progression mapping indicates that it was during this hour when tragically Vivian Chaplin and George Knowles' properties were severely impacted by the Kangarwalla fire, claiming their lives. Your Honour, these photographs, Your Honour, a small sense of what occurred that late afternoon, early evening on the 8th of November in the Waitalaba area. And this is a photograph, Your Honour, of the Waitalaba school, which was completely destroyed by the fire. Your Honour, by 7:04 p.m. that same day, the 8th of November, the Kangarwalla fire had started spotting about 6 kilometres ahead of itself to Henry River and Newton Boyd. RFS situation reports indicate that at 8 p.m, ambulances were being escorted into Waitalaba, noting that there had been damage to the bridge that provided access to the township. The fire in Waitalaba was still active at that time and posed a continued threat to the community and to rural properties east of the town. At this stage, the Glen Innes Council had arranged for bulk water to be provided to assist support operations. The fire continued to spread the following day. The northern flank of the fire progressed to the north and northwest, a distance of approximately 2.6 kilometres. The eastern flank of the fire progressed 1 to 2 kilometres, east-south-east, and merged with a number of previously separate spot fires, and other parts of the fire spread less than a kilometre in various directions. On the 9th of November, the Glen Innes Council attended to installing crossings where the bridge had been damaged the day before. It was estimated at this time that over 40 properties had been lost in Waitalaba. The Guida Highway was closed between Guida and Grafton, with fire impacting the old Grafton Road in multiple locations. On the 11th of November, the status of the fire was finally downgraded to being controlled. Crews continued to actively patrol and black out along containment lines, including the Guida Highway, east of the Glen Innes Correctional Centre, to contain the fire south of the highway. Access to Waitalaba was still closed due to the danger posed by trees along the access roads. For the next week, the fire continued to grow, but only at a short distance. It spotted over in difficult-to-access country, and rafts, that is, remote area firefighting teams, were deployed. Fire crews prioritised consolidating containment lines, backburning and active patrols. Your Honour, the fire was finally declared out on the 24th of November 2019, and Your Honour will see in this map the areas that were overcome by the Kangarwalla fire. Quite a significant area. It is miraculous that no further lives were lost to this fire, Your Honour, particularly due to its swift and forceful nature. Several Waitalaba residents acted very quickly to flee the path of the fire, and a number of residents and volunteers stayed in the area to assist firefighting and evacuation efforts. One of these was Matthew Smith from Glen Innes, who was working on a Waitalaba property on the 8th of November 2019. At about 3:30 p.m, when his job was done, he returned to the front gate of Waitalaba. Whilst there, he noticed embers in the air and he called out to the people in a nearby house to alert them of this fact. 2 residents appeared and began alerting others to the fire. Later, Mr. Smith came across the fire captain, who told him the front gate was on fire and the back trail was not safe to use. Mr. Smith headed for the evacuation point at the Waitalaba shop when he came across another resident walking towards the river, which was dry. Mr. Smith drove him to the evacuation point. Another resident who lives behind the shop then asked for help to defend her property. Mr. Smith states it was raining embers and spot fires were starting up everywhere. Mr. Smith was asked to check on his friend's mother, Vivian Chaplin. Mr. Smith drove through areas of active fire to reach Vivian's property. When he arrived at Vivian's home, he found her injured and unconscious. and immediately took steps to help her to receive urgent medical treatment. Another Waitalaba resident, Alan Bacon, alerted his neighbour and long-term Waitalaba resident, George Knoll, to evacuate on the afternoon of the 8th of November 2019, after he saw what he described as a big smoke cloud that was shaped like a mushroom and became concerned about an approaching fire. Mr Bacon helped Mr Knoll to put out spot fires near his property, then had to attend to fire burning at his own property. When he later realised that George had not evacuated, he feared for George's safety, so attempted to travel back to George's property on a quad bike. While driving the quad bike towards George's property in poor conditions, Alan Bacon collided with another vehicle and needed to be conveyed by ambulance to the hospital for treatment. They are just but two examples, Your Honour, of the acts of bravery by residents in and around the Waitalaba community. Despite the efforts made by Matthew Smith and Alan Bacon, both Vivian George tragically died in connection with this fire. As I've said previously, Your Honour, the inquest into those deaths will be heard tomorrow. Your Honour, I seek an order be made that the evidence tendered in this particular fire inquiry, the Kangarwalla fire inquiry, be evidence in the related inquest into the deaths of Vivian Chaplin and George Knoll and vice versa. Could I hand Your Honour an order that deals with that matter?
Yes, thank you.
I understand copies have been circulated to my learned friend and his instructing solicitors.
Thank you. Mr Newton, have you seen a copy of that proposed order?
I have, Your Honour, and I have no objections to that order being made.
Thank you. I make that order now.
May it please the court. If it's convenient, Your Honour, I tendered the brief of evidence for the inquiry into the Kangarwalla fire, which I understand will become Exhibit 32, capital A.
Yes, thank you. The brief for the Kangarwalla fire will be Exhibit 32A.
Your Honour, the first witness this morning is retired officer in charge, the former Detective Sergeant Damien Loon. I understand he may be in the virtual waiting room. If Mr Loon could be brought into the virtual courtroom, I'd be indebted to my Loon.
Mr Loon, we can see you. Can you see and hear us?
Yes, I can.
Right, you'll just hear from the court officer now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will bear the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you, Mr Loon. Yes, Mr Castleton.
Thank you, Your Honour. Mr Loon, can you see and hear me clearly?
I can hear you. I can't see you at the moment. I can see you now.
All right. If at any time you have any difficulties either seeing or hearing either myself or Her Honour, please don't hesitate to let the court know. Could you please state your full name?
Damien Charles Loon.
And Mr Loon, were you formerly a Detective Sergeant within the New South Wales Police Force attached to the New England Police District?
Yes, I was.
And were you in late 2019 stationed at Inverell?
Yes, I was.
And were you a detective there at Inverell and also a supervisor of the Inverell and Glen Innes Criminal Investigation Unit?
Yes, I was.
You were assigned, were you not, as the officer in charge in relation to the Kangarwalla fire?
Yes.
And was a strike force created under the name Lurel?
Yes, it was.
And what was the purpose of that strike force?
To investigate the two persons who were deceased at Waitalaba and to obtain statements and evidence for that, for a coronial investigation.
And was also a part of that investigation, Mr Loon, to investigate the cause and origin of the Kangarwalla fire?
Yes, it was.
You have provided two statements, have you not?
I have.
The first dated the 11th of December 2019, but signed by you on the 6th of January 2020.
Yes,
Do you have a copy of that with you this morning, Mr.
I
Lee?
do. I do.
And then did you provide a additional statement dated and signed the 20th of October 2020,
Yes,
which runs to 3 pages?
that's correct.
And do you have a copy of that statement with you this morning?
Yes, I do.
Have you had an opportunity to read those recently?
I've only been reading them this morning due to I live in Ballina and all our internet was cut from the floods last week, and only this morning have I been able to obtain a full signal on my mobile phone to access the files. So I have been reading it since this morning.
Can I ask you whether you've identified any errors that require correction since you've commenced that review this morning of those two statements?
No, I don't believe so, no.
Right. Can I just might have shown on the screen, if I could please, a Google map, which is pages 14 to 15 of the brief of evidence. I'll just have a bear with me, please, Mr. Led. I just have a satellite image brought up onto the screen, and if you don't see it, please let me know. Mr. Lynn, do you see on your screen an aerial image?
Yes, I do.
Now, as part of the investigation that you're in charge of, did you undertake a site visit of the area around Waitalaba?
I did.
And are you able to describe, for Her Honour's benefit, the terrain in that general area around Waitalaba?
It's very dense bushland, all the way from the Guida Highway down to Old Grafton Road that leads into Waitalaba. The roads are, even though are sealed, are in poor condition, and there's mountainous terrain on each sides of the community of Waitalaba. And it was very, well, from my prior visits to there, it's very thick with dense bushland.
And did you yourself undertake any inspection of the area of origin, or was that delegated to specialist fire investigators?
I attended the forward command post there on the Saturday, I believe, or Sunday. However, the specialist police for forensics, etc., they attended the sites of where Mr. Noel and Ms. Chaplin received injuries and deceased at the scene.
Thank you. Now, the small community of Waitalaba, what can you tell Her Honour about that community and how it came to be located in that rugged terrain you just described a moment ago?
Well, I believe from speaking with Mr. Price from the Glen Innes Shire 7 Council and just some local knowledge from locals out that way, that it started as I suppose, more or less a commune back in the 1970s. It's a parcel of land, I think about 3,500 acres in size, and it's off the grid.
Just pause there. When you say off the grid, do you mean the electricity grid?
Yes, or off the grid living, I should say, alternative lifestyle living. That
Yes.
best describes that area.
And how many dwellings are there or were there prior to the fire going through on the 8th of November 2019, to your understanding?
I think around about 100 dwellings.
And from your investigation, was there an issue identified in relation to planning approval or occupation?
Yes, there were. Speaking to Mr. Price from the Shire Council, who's in charge of the building applications, etc., that he was aware of illegal development down there, but the council facilities and resources and the remoteness of that community could not be policed properly. Some of those residences down there had obtained certificates of safety throughout the years, but there was a general understanding that there was illegal development down at Waitalaba.
Now, you mentioned a moment ago off-the-grid living. By that, do you mean that there were no sewerage services?
No, I don't believe there's any sewerage or water or electricity to the bush humpies that I could describe as.
Yes.
I do know that there is a school down there that had electricity, etc. But as to the little humpies that were scattered around the area, I believe that they weren't connected to any formal point of electricity or water services.
Do I take it there were no council services other than perhaps the maintenance of the road and the bridge?
That's correct.
What about waste collection, for example? Do you know whether council provided a service for waste collection?
I don't believe so.
Prior to November of 2019, had you been to that area previously, Mr. Loon, or not?
No.
Now, can I just deal with the cause and origin of the fire? And if you need to refresh your memory, please do so. And it's found at paragraphs 42 and following of your statement.
Yes.
Page 11 of the statement itself, page 13 of the brief of evidence. As part of your lead role in charge of the strike force, did you task Senior Constable Chettam with the role of investigating the cause and origin of this particular fire?
Yes.
And did you defer to his expertise as a forensic investigator with experience in fire or wildfire investigations?
Yes.
And did you come to learn that there was a parallel investigation in relation to the cause and origin of the fire being conducted by the Rural Fire Service of New South Wales?
Yes, I believe Senior Constable Chettam and Danny Bush worked together at the Rural Fire Service investigation officer.
And Mr. Loon, did you come to learn that both Senior Constable Chettam and indeed Danny Bush of the RFS concluded that the most likely cause of this particular fire was lightning strikes?
Yes.
And that more probably than not was due to lightning strikes on the afternoon of the 26th of October 2019?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, did you have much to do with the fire's progression from those early stages in late October until the 8th of November, or not really?
No, not at all.
Your involvement was after the fire had passed through the Waitalaba community?
Yes.
And that was on the 9th of November, your first involvement to take the lead role as the officer in charge of this strike force?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, can I come then to the investigation in relation to the two deaths that occurred at Waitalaba, George Knoll and Vivian Chaplin. Did you go out to those two properties, Mr. Knoll and Ms. Chaplin's properties, as part of your role when you were out on the ground at the Forward Control Command Centre?
No, because there was still some hazards in that area, and we couldn't go near the properties due to some asbestos issues. And once it had been cleared by the Rural Fire Service, so I remained at the Forward Command Post due to the difficulty of accessing that area, and that was left to Senior Constable Chap in relation to the crime scene investigator.
Just so I understand your evidence clearly, Detective Senior Constable Chetham was tasked with the investigation pertaining to the two deaths we've just been speaking about, George Knoll and Vivian Chaplin?
Yes.
I'll return to that in a moment, but I did want to ask you about asbestos, and you just mentioned it a second ago. What was the issue with asbestos? You refer to it in your statement.
I believe some of the dwellings down there at Waitalaba were crude in construction, and there was an issue that some of them may have been made of asbestos, and to minimise the contact with police of these dwellings, they had to be first cleared by the Rural Fire Service, and so basically they did the forward ground search of the area, and so we were limited to being in contact with that asbestos because it's a hazard material. So I remained at the Forward Command Post whilst the Rural Fire Service did that.
Thank you. Now, in terms of persons being unaccounted for, was there in the order of 9 residents of the Waitalaba community that had been reported as unaccounted for in those early stages after the fire had passed through on the 8th of November?
Yes, when we started Strike Force Laurel on the Saturday, the 9th of November, we had a number of persons that were reported missing from that area, and the majority of that day was tracking down and finding where these other persons were. And by the Sunday, the following day, we had accounted for all persons.
And tragically, of those 9 that were initially unaccounted for, 2 had passed, being George Knoll and Vivian Chaplin.
Yes, that's right.
And of the, do you have a recollection of how many people required hospitalisation?
It was only a small number, I believe, just some minor burns and scratches, etc., or just from that day. We didn't have a complete figure of all the injuries because some were just treated by friends, etc. But I know that a couple went to the local hospital at Glen Innes and received treatment, but there was only a very, very small amount, I believe.
Now, turning, if I may, Mr. Liu, now to George Knoll. You said earlier that Detective Senior Constable Chetham was tasked with investigating the death concerning Mr. Knoll. Is it your understanding that Mr. Knoll's body was found in his motor vehicle near to his residence, deceased?
Yes, that was. He was, yes.
Thank you. And in relation to Vivian Chaplin, again, was that a task to Detective Senior Constable Chetham to investigate Vivian Chaplin's passing?
Yes, he was the on-call crime scene officer and doing the Waitalaba fires.
And what's your understanding in relation to the events that led to Vivian's passing?
I believe that she was found in the rear yard of her dwelling on the Friday afternoon by friends, I believe. She was then taken to an area where she was treated and then later flown to Concord Hospital in Sydney, where she later passed on the Saturday afternoon.
Thank you. And Your Honour, I can indicate that, as I have as part of the opening, that Detective Senior Constable Cheetham will be called today, and I'll address those matters pertaining to George Noel Vivian Chaplin when I lead his evidence. Before I move on to some proposed recommendations that you've articulated at the end of your first statement, Mr. Loon, I just wanted to ask you whether you know why there was a gap between the 26th of October, when the fire may have originated, until the 11th of November, when it was investigated in relation to its cause and origin. So about a 2-week period. Do you know why it wasn't booked at earlier?
Well, I believe that they've, when it was first indicated by the witness McKean that he reported that fire, that some ground crews got into that rugged terrain and believed that fire had been contained and containment lines were set. And then it's sort of like, I suppose, a smouldering fire up until the 8th of November, where it took hold and ran into Waitalaba. But I believe that from the best efforts of the local fire brigade, it was a very hostile and inaccessible terrain, and they did their best to quell that fire and set in containment lines. As I'm not a fire brigade officer, that was their best effort they could do.
Yes, thank you. Now, can I just ask you to turn to page 39 of your first statement? That's the one that you've signed on the 11th of December. And you've, in paragraph 66, so if I can just go early to page 38, you've identified some community issues in paragraph 62. Do you have that, Mr. Loon?
Yes, I do.
Now, what, if anything, do you think can be dealt with to address the issue you've identified in relation to housing in that paragraph and following?
Well, the housing in that area, they've got to be built to the standard of building in a fire zone area. And those buildings that were there weren't, and they were crudely constructed and often made of hazardous material, like I said earlier on, with asbestos. And they weren't built to the, structurally, they weren't built to withstand a fire of that size in Waitalaba.
And just on that, as part of your inquiries, as part of the strike force that you were leading, do you know whether the community or individuals within the community had any bushfire survival plans or preparedness in relation should a fire come through that area or not?
No, I'm not aware of any plans at all by any of the members of that community. Now,
you've said earlier that there was no water services provided by the local council, that is the Glen Innes Council. Was there irrigation or were there bores? Or what was the water supply for the community?
I believe that some parts up near the school there was water available, but as to like running taps, etc., most of the dwellings up there had bush tanks to collect rainwater.
Yes.
The running water, I do know that the school had running water there, but these little humpies up in the hills of Waitalaba collected their water via use of rainwater tanks.
And if you don't know the answer to this next question, please say so, but did the community itself have its own rural fire brigade or not?
I'm not aware. I was not aware at the time, but subsequently later on, I believe that there was a bushfire or a crude bushfire brigade at Waitalaba, but I haven't spoken to anybody who is a member of that.
Thank you. Your Honour, they're my questions. Mr. Loon, there may be some questions from other councils, so just bear with us for a moment, please.
Sure.
Mr. Newton, do you have any questions?
I have no questions, Your Honour.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Loon. You're excused.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Your Honour, if it's convenient, Your Honour, could we take the morning adjournment now, just so we can bring in the next witness and do the necessary testing?
Certainly. We'll adjourn now till 11:45.
May it please the Court.
please. I'll stand. Coroners Court has resumed.
Yes, Mr Castle.
Thank you, Your Honour. Can I apologise for the delay? We've had some technical difficulties which have meant that I can't call the next witness, which was to be Detective Senior Constable Chetham. In lieu of Detective Senior Constable Chetham, I propose to call Daniel Bush. I understand that Mr Bush has joined the virtual call room, and if he could be sworn, please.
Mr Bush, can you see and hear us?
Yes, I can, Your Honour.
All right, you'll just hear from the court officer now.
Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you, Mr Castleton.
Mr Bush, would you please state your full name
Daniel Vincent Bush.
and your occupation, please?
I work for Resilience New South Wales as a coordination officer.
In November of 2019, were you employed by the New South Wales Rural Fire Service?
That's correct.
And what was your role within that organisation at that time?
Area supervisor for our mitigation prevention crews. I also undertook fire investigation duties as required.
Have you provided two statements in relation to a fire that has been labelled the Kangawalla fire?
I provided a statement and a fire report.
And do you have a copy of your statement with you dated the 20th of October 2021 today?
I do.
And do you also have with you your fire investigation report dated the 11th of November 2019?
I do.
Just dealing, if I may, firstly, Mr Bush, with the fire investigation report, was there a correction that needed to be made to page 1 of that report next to the title section, Site Visit Comments?
That's correct. I've had an oversight where it reads 27 November 2019. That should read 27 October 2019.
Thank you. Apart from that matter, were there any other matters that required correction within that fire investigation report?
Not that I'm aware of.
And turning, if I may, to the statement you provided, which is dated 20 October 2021, are there any matters that require correction in relation to that statement?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Could I just ask you to outline in summary form, for the benefit of Her Honour, your training, education, qualification and experience in relation to the investigation of wildfire or bushfire?
Certainly. So I've been involved with wildfire for 30 years, starting a brigade, coming up through being a captain, group captain and inspector with the Rural Fire Service as a staff salaried officer. During that time, I've had extensive experience with undertaking fire investigation, cause analysis. That includes fire investigations within New South Wales, across Australia, particularly in providing fire investigation services in Queensland and Tasmania on behalf of the Rural Fire Service. Also, extensive training experience in delivering fire investigation and assessment to students in other jurisdictions across Australia, and also within African country of Botswana. I've deployed in delivering fire investigation, cause analysis overseas in Botswana as well. I hold an advanced diploma.
Go on, please.
Sorry, I hold an advanced diploma in emergency management, a graduate certificate in bushfire protection from University of Western Sydney. I've also got extensive wildfire qualifications within Rural Fire Service. And I've also trained with New South Wales Police Force in arson investigation.
And by November of 2019, doing the best you can, approximately how many wildfires would you have investigated in relation to determining cause and origin of those particular fires?
Approximately 70, and that's both lead investigator and an investigator assisting other investigators at wildfire examinations.
In November of 2019, Mr Bush, were you stationed at Mudgee?
Correct.
How did it come to pass that you were tasked to investigate the cause and origin of the Kangawalla fire in that northern region of New South Wales in November of 2019?
I had been forward deployed as part of fire investigation services to the northern area of New South Wales. I was already located in the Glen Innes region. From there, I was doing some origin and calls towards the Queensland border, to which I was notified in relation to re-attending the Glen Innes region for the Kangawalla fire on about the 9th of November, which I proceeded to go to Glen Innes Fire Control Centre to have a brief.
And the particular area that you undertook your site inspection on and after the 9th of November 2019, had you been to that area previously, either in a work capacity or a personal capacity, or not?
No.
Did you undertake an origin and cause investigation from the 9th of November 2019?
So we were briefed on the 9th of November 2019 with Rural Fire Service representatives and New South Wales Police. Our first time on site in that area was the 10th of November, the following day. Myself and Senior Constable Chatham attended parts of the fire ground from the 10th.
And that was a ground-based inspection, I take it?
That was initial aerial-based inspection looking for vectoring or run of fire. And then initially after that, it would become ground-based, based on observations and further canvassing.
Dealing, if I can, in turn, firstly with the aerial inspection and vectoring, were you able to obtain from the aircraft any particular indicators that assisted you and or Detective Senior Constable Chatham in identifying possible areas of origin?
We initially had a briefing and supplied some initial photos that were taken by water bombing aircraft and also by a local brigade member from Red Range Brigade. We were trying to pair up the information we had with the visual photos and aerial observations. Initial aerial observation was ended up being to the east of what we now know as the point of origin.
And as part of the early briefing material, were you supplied with any photographs taken by local land owners, for example, photographs taken by Dylan McKean or the Alexander family?
I obtained a photo from Captain Dylan McKean from, I believe, the Red Range Brigade, which was the initial photo that was taken from his property, I believe, prior to my arrival. So we did have access to some of that from our online icon system within the Rural Fire Service.
Now, Mr. Bush, prior to today, were you supplied with an additional statement provided by Detective Senior Constable Chatham dated the 13th of June 2018, correct, but signed on the 2nd of March this year?
Correct.
Now, what I might do is I might just have displayed pages 151 of the brief of evidence, which is a fire progression map, Mr. Bush. And I'm working off the red numbering, if you have that before you, Mr. Bush. It's page 151. It's a fire progression map identified as figure 3 for the period 27 October 2019 to 28 October 2019. Have you seen this fire progression map before?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Now, do you see, just take a moment to have a look at that. Do you agree with me that the black icon of a flame in a diamond above the word Kangawalla depicts a point of ignition or point of origin?
Under the RFS mapping system and the icon system, it would indicate a potential fire.
And then do you see to the right of that icon that designates a point of origin some light brown shading?
Yes, I do.
And does that if you have the document before you in person, does that suggest a fire that has progressed on the 27th of October 2019 between two particular timeframes?
Yes, the area shaded in brown suggests the spread of fire during that date time period given.
Now, if you don't know, please tell me, but Detective Senior Constable Chetham has expressed the opinion that the distance between the area of origin, which is designated by the flame in the diamond, is about 4 kilometres from the light brown shading. Have you done your own analysis in relation to that or not?
No, I haven't. I'm not aware of multiple ignitions during my site visit or my canvassing or gathering empirical data. My assessment is that I could only ascertain a particular area or point of origin in relation to the Kangaroo fire. I'm not sure of multiple ignitions.
And thank you. That's what I was coming to ask you, is that Detective Senior Constable Chetham has, in his most recent report, left open at least the possibility of there being perhaps more than one ignition point in and around the Kangaroo Reserve. Do I understand clearly that you only investigated one area of origin, and that's the one
That's correct.
And that's the one that we've just seen on that most recent fire progression map, depicted with the black flame inside the black diamond?
That's the one in relation to the light brown, I believe. Yeah.
Right. Do I understand then that in relation to that area where the light brown shading was, which depicts progression of a fire on the 27th of October 2019, that you did not investigate the original cause of that fire?
The origin cause investigated on site by myself, and I was also coming by Senior Constable Chetham, looking at the map, and I didn't have anything to do with the fire progression mapping brief, is the area that's depicted as the run of fire, the brown run of fire.
And do you know whether that was caused by a separate ignition or caused by perhaps spotting from the point of origin which you identified as part of your investigation?
My understanding is that the original area of origin that I conducted a site visit is the area indicated as the rate of spread of fire and not the icon.
And not the icon. Does that mean that the positioning of the icon on that fire progression map may be inaccurate?
I can't really talk to it. I don't know. It's possible, but yeah, it's not the area I believe that I conducted a site visit.
All right. I might just have brought up page 200, Mr. Bush, of the brief of evidence, just for completeness. This is a fire prediction map produced by the RFS. Again, is this something you've seen before today or not?
No, not that I'm aware of, no.
I was just going to ask you about, firstly, do you agree that where the point of origin has been labelled on this map by the red flames is accurate to your recollection or not?
No, it looks too close to the river. The site area I looked at was above the more further to the north of the Man River and more to the east of what I can see on that map.
And indeed, the location of your point of ignition was south of Skeleton Creek Road and north of the Man River. Have I understood that correctly?
Correct.
Now, in relation to the specific point of origin, were you able to, as part of your investigation, identify a specific point of origin in relation to the Kangarwalla fire?
Correct.
And dealing firstly with your aerial inspection, what, if any, indicators did you observe from the air that assisted you with locating a possible specific point of origin in relation to the ignition of the Kangarwalla fire?
So from the aerial observation, I could observe what we would call the general vector run, which was west to east, which is quite a large U pattern that I could observe from the fire run. And that particular area we'd observed from the air was after the 8th of November. And then we're able to return from the air observation and then start conducting ground canvassing. In that area, we flew over with the local brigade, Bolden Knob Brigade captain, whose property adjoined a large part of that vector or that run of fire from the 8th. And it was from that canvassing on the ground with witnesses that we were able to then track back further to the west to what I believe is now the area of, or point of origin of the fire, which ended up being the Shannon Vale locality.
And given that you're undertaking this on the 10th of November, after there'd been that extreme fire behaviour on the 8th of November, was it difficult for you to identify macro or micro indicators that assisted you in that task of working back towards a possible point of origin?
Not particularly. The fire had run significantly, severe fire behaviour. One of the indicators was off the property at Bald Knob was significant spotting to the north east of where the containment line was, where it was Ridley contained, the Denali fire trail. I could see significant spotting activity, significant macro indicators of angle of char on large eucalypt sclerophyll trees. And then I took reference to that along with the canvassing, and then that's when we started moving back more to the west towards Shannon Vale, and we conducted that site visit and canvassing of Mr. Alexander, a local property owner, on the 11th of November.
And as part of your ground-based inspection, how would you describe the terrain in and around the area of origin?
Undulating to very steep. It was heavily sclerophyll forested area. When I looked at the differential differences between the vegetation types of burnt and unburnt, there was significant fuel loads in areas I could find unburnt, and then obviously the area that had been burnt, the fuel loads had been relatively well consumed to the east. So very steep in a lot of places of the area of origin. And
were you able to, in that area, as you're getting closer to a possible point of origin, undertake a serpentine methodology, or was it too difficult or too degraded?
No, we undertook a serpentine. So we canvassed Mr. Alexander, a local property owner, initially at about 9 o'clock on the 11th. And he gave us information in relation to what he felt was the origins of where he first saw fire previously in October. And we drove to a certain extent, and then we had to walk on foot into the general area, what we believe could potentially be the origin based on the macro indicators and also Mr. Alexander's canvassing. And then we started in a semi-serpentine direction, trying to follow indicators or macro indicators. So we basically went from east back towards the west.
And did you identify, as a result of your ground-based investigation, a specific point which you believe may have been where the fire ignited?
Correct.
And was that a tree?
Correct, it was a tree.
And what was it about this particular tree that led you to a conclusion that this was likely to be the point of origin of the Kangawalla fire?
Well, first of all, gathering visual information from the macro indicators, I could clearly see a fire had been running to the east from where we were now situated. And as I've moved further serpentine to the west, indicators become lighter and less of. And then eventually working with Senior Constable Chatham, he actually observed the tree just prior to myself seeing a tree that had clearly affected by a lightning impact at some point.
What I'll attempt to do now, Mr. Bush, is have some photographs displayed for you on your screen and indeed the screen here in the courtroom in Lidcombe. If I could have please brought up page 69 of the brief of evidence. Mr. Bush, if you have any difficulty seeing these photographs, please let Her Honour know. Now, this is photograph number 7 of a series of photographs that I understand you took on the day of your ground-based inspection. Does that show a macro shot of the specific area of origin?
Yes, it does.
And do you see there in the centre of the photograph, Mr. Bush, some pink ribbon tied around the base of a tree?
Yes, I do.
And the tree with the pink ribbon, is that the tree to which you've just referred that showed evidence of lightning strike?
I believe so, yes.
If we move now to page 70, I hope one sees a closer vision of that specific tree. And is that the same tree that we've just seen a moment ago from further away?
Yes.
And what I'll do now is I'll ask my instructing solicitor to bring up page 77 of the brief of evidence, which is photograph number 15, which you've referred to in your report, Mr. Bush. And does that show the lightning scarred tree at the point of origin that we've just seen
Yes,
a
it
moment
does.
ago that has some pink ribbon tied around the base of its trunk?
Correct.
And I'll just go through, I'll just have my instructing solicitor slide through a number of other photographs of that particular tree between pages 77 and 83. And I'll just have those brought up as so we're having some technical difficulties at our end today, Mr. Bush. Please bear with us. If there's a problem, please let me know and I'll move on to another topic. And if we then just go to the next one. And just slide through, please, to page 83. Mr. Bush, you've seen there a number of photographs. Do they all show this particular tree that displayed evidence of it having recently been struck by lightning?
Right.
And did you, based on the macro and micro indicators, together with your visual observation of that lightning strike tree, form the conclusion that it was the likely cause of the Kangawalla fire?
That and also empirical data sets and canvassing of local residents. Yes, that's correct. That was my working hypothesis based on that.
And those local data sets were speaking to people such as Dylan McKean, who was a local captain in the Red Range Fire Brigade, and also Mr. Alexander, who was an adjoining landowner. Do I understand that correctly?
Correct, and also lightning data that was produced from RFS systems in that date time range of the ignition of the Kangaroo fire.
Now, can I ask you this question? And if you don't know the answer, please let Your Honour know. The evidence suggests that there was a lightning strike in the afternoon of the 26th of October 2019. Do you agree with that?
I agree.
And that the fire was first sighted and reported to the Glen Innes Fire Control Centre on the 27th of October 2019. Do you agree with that?
I agree.
Now, your inspection took place on the 10th and 11th of 2019. Can I ask if there is a reason for the delay, why it was that it's taken perhaps 2 weeks before someone has been able to get in and conduct a cause and origin inspection?
Oh, I can't speak to that. I'm not really sure. Sorry. I can only speak from when I was activated to attend.
And that was about the 9th of November, as I understand your evidence earlier today.
Correct.
Now, can I just then ask you about the events leading up to the 8th of November 2019? Do you know what the status of the fire was on the morning of the 8th of November 2019 or not?
My understanding is that the fire at that point was contained.
And when you use the word contain, in a practical sense or a real sense, what does that mean for the average person who may not be familiar with that type of language in the context of fire?
That basically active fire, if there was any, I'm unsure at that point, was within lines constructed to mineral earth, particularly to the east, and that blackout had occurred significantly into the edges of the contained edges of the mineral earth, and I believe to the south was the river. That's my understanding of it, that it was within that area of previous fire activity.
And throughout the course of the 8th of November 2019, did conditions change whereby that fire that was contained no longer was?
My understanding, I was actually in Glen Innes on duties on the 8th, deploying to Tenterfield at the time for investigation, and the weather conditions deteriorated significantly on the 8th. Towards the afternoon, humidity significantly started dropping, temperatures were up, and a significant weather event, I believe, from the northwest or west come through at that period of time.
And do you know what, if any, modelling or prediction had been done in relation to those conditions deteriorating, which then could cause this fire to start to run, or not?
I'm not aware of that. Yeah, I'm not aware of that, sorry.
As part of your investigation, did you undertake any role in relation to either Vivian Chaplin or George Nolan's demise, or not?
No, I was basically there for origin and cause in relation to where I believe the fire started.
Did you have anything to do with the plotting of their properties on line scans or aerial imagery, or not?
No, the only thing I did go to Talabar village with Senior Constable Chatham in course of taking a holistic view of the fire scene, and that was about all.
Okay. I might just show you one document found at page 168 of the brief of evidence. It's a line scan of the 8th of November 2019, Mr Bush. You may or may not have seen it before. I'll just have that displayed and let me know if you've seen this before. I'll just see if I can magnify that. So, have you seen that line scan previously?
Only recently, when I received the fire predictive mapping. Prior to that, I don't recall seeing that line scan.
Okay, thank you. Now, just for completeness, you've concluded that the lightning strike is the most likely cause of this particular fire. Did you consider other causes and exclude other potential causes, and if so, why?
So using cause analysis methodology, I did go through a given process to include, exclude, or leave unresolved other potential causes of this fire. Based on the empirical data sets of canvassing and so forth and site observations of myself with Senior Constable Chatham, my cause analysis was lightning. Based on that data, I could rule out basically all other potential causes due to the location of where I believe the point of origin of that fire was. Yes,
And that, to recap your evidence earlier, was in a remote and inaccessible area, away from human habitation or human activity.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr Bush. There may be questions from council for other parties, so please bear with me for a moment.
Mr Newton, any questions?
Yes, Your Honour. Could page 146 6 of the brief be brought up on the screen?
Yes.
Mr Bush, are you able to see that?
Yes, I can.
And is that a photograph that you recognise?
It is.
Is that a photo that you took?
Correct, it is.
And that is the tree that you identified as having been struck by lightning, which you consider is the cause and specific origin of this fire. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And although it may be a bit obscured, does that tree have, sorry, I withdraw that. Does that photograph have latitude and longitude shown on it?
Correct.
Sorry, Mr Bush, did you answer that?
That's correct.
And in your fire investigation report, you identified a grid reference on a map. Do you recall that?
That's correct, yeah.
Are you able to explain to Her Honour the relationship between the latitude and longitude shown on that photograph and the grid reference identified in your fire investigation report?
So the latitude, longitude is a much more accurate depiction of location within 5-10 metres, particularly from an aerial observation. The 6-figure grid I referred to in my report is based on a topographical map, which is what I had supplied to me at the time from RFS whilst I was doing the site visit. So the topographical 6-figure grid I gave is that location depicted by the lat long. The difference is the 6-figure grid gives it within a 100-metre box. So the reference to the 6-figure grid I use still puts the point of origin within that area, within that 100-metre box. The lat long on the photo gives it to within a few metres. So the lat long is much more accurate, but the 6-figure grid is still within that proximity of that area of listed area of origin to 100 metres.
And could I now ask page 200 of the brief to be brought up on the screen? Mr. Bush, are you able to see what appears to be a fire spread prediction map?
Yes, I can see that, yeah.
And you recall you were asked some questions about that earlier by counsel assisting?
Correct.
Now, it's your understanding, isn't it, that the fire was first identified on the morning of the 27th of October 2019?
Correct.
Is that right?
Correct, yeah.
And do you have any experience with the production of fire spread prediction maps?
No, I don't do fire modelling maps.
But in your work when you were at the RFS, did you ever have cause to be provided with them or not?
Yes, I have had plenty of experience in locating fires on mapping, just not fire predictive services. But I do understand the process when a fire is reported in relation to it being located geographically for referencing, particularly at the initial onset of fire being reported.
It's right, isn't it, though, that on the 27th of October, to your understanding at least, no witness had identified the tree that you considered was the area of origin as early as the 27th of October 2019?
No, just the general area of origin, not the tree.
And that the general area of origin was, at that point, the understanding of it was based on observations from some distance away. Is that correct?
From an adjoining property owner.
And the adjoining property owner was some kilometres away from where he first saw smoke?
I would estimate 1 or 2, not significant distance, but 1 or 2.
And so is it your understanding that a fire prediction map in the early stages of the fire is based on the intelligence which is available as at that time?
That's correct.
Was your answer to that yes? Sorry, I just didn't hear it.
Yeah, sorry, I must be having a technical issue. That's it. That's correct.
And so a fire spread prediction map, which shows an area of origin, which was prepared in the early stages of a fire, it's right, isn't it, that the area of origin shown on that fire is likely to be a best estimate at that time?
That's my understanding. That's correct.
And it may well be that that best estimate could be inaccurate by hundreds of metres, if not kilometres. Is that right?
In my experience, that's correct.
And could the witness then be shown, or I withdraw that, could page 151 of the brief be brought back up onto the screen?
Yes.
Can you see that, Mr. Bush?
Yes, I can.
Now, do I understand your evidence from this morning to be that, as far as you're aware, the specific area of origin that you identified is contained within the brown area marked on that map?
That's correct.
And given the shape of that brown area, would it be fair to say that it's contained somewhere within that western edge of the brown area of the map?
Yeah, that looks right.
Sorry, I think there's a little bit of delay, but what was your answer to that?
That looks right. That looks correct.
And you can see that there is an icon marked on that map. Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
Above the wording Kangawalla.
That's correct.
Now, I think you gave some evidence that that icon shows a point of origin or something? Do you recall giving that evidence earlier in our council assisting?
Correct. I'm assuming that's indicating a fire origin area with the icon.
When you say you're assuming that, though, do you have any specific knowledge as to whether or not that in fact is what that icon represents?
Yes, I do. I've used the icon online RFS system for fire operations. I'm aware how the icon system initially works with the information of a fire.
I see. But as far as you're aware, then the icon, if that icon is meant to represent a point of origin, it's placing the point of origin in an incorrect location.
What I can see on the map and my site observations of my field assessment, that's potentially not in the correct location.
Yes, no further questions, Your Honour.
Thank you, Mr Newton. Anything arising?
Yes, just on that topic, if I may, Your Honour, could I just have my instructing solicitor display for Your Honour's benefit and Mr Bush, page 152. Page 152. That's 151. Now, Mr Bush, do you see there an RFS fire progression map?
I do.
And based on your length experience within the RFS, does that suggest that there are two areas of ignition in respect of this fire between the time period 27 October 2019 to 28 October 2019?
That's correct. The map's reflecting two areas of fire.
One in and around the word Kangawalla, which has a black flame inside a black diamond, and the other some distance away, depicted by the large area in light brown.
Correct.
And as I understand your evidence earlier, you did not investigate multiple ignitions, but you concentrated on a area of origin that led you to a specific point of ignition, being the lightning struck tree to which you have in your report identified the longitude and latitude of that tree.
Correct.
And do you know today whether the longitude and latitude of the lightning struck tree, where that would sit on the topographic map that's before you now on the screen or not?
No, there's no reference on there for mapping. I couldn't tell you based on the map I've got, or that you've got up.
Yes, thank you. They're my questions.
Thanks very much, Mr Bush. You're excused.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Your Honour, the next witness scheduled is Detective Senior Constable Chetham. I don't know whether I can call him. We did have some problems previously. I'm in Your Honour's hands as to whether you want me to start him and then...
We might take early lunch break. So if we adjourn now and resume at 10 to 2.
No, please call.
Adam, are you able to hear me?
Yes, Mr Castleton.
Your Honour, I call Detective Senior Constable Andrew Chettam.
Detective, can you see and hear us?
Yes, I can.
You'll just hear from the court officer now.
Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you. Mr Castleton.
Thank you, Your Honour. Detective, would you please state your full name, your rank and your station that you're attached to, please?
Andrew Chettam, CHETHAM. I'm attached to the Forensic Services Group at Inverell, and I'm a Detective Senior Constable.
Thank you. Do you have with you this afternoon, Detective, a statement that you provided in relation to the Kangawalla fire dated the 9th of December 2020?
I do.
Are there any matters that require correction within that statement?
There are no. I have a supplementary statement that I'm sure you have.
I do, and that deals with some matters of correction, does it not?
Attention all staff, if you could just use no water for the next 20 minutes while the plumbing guys conduct some maintenance. Thank you.
Perhaps if we can go.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. Do you have also a statement that you signed off on the 2nd of March this year?
Yeah, I do. I noticed the date at the top is terrible.
That's all
It was
right.
done at a rush.
And does that second statement dated the 2nd of March 2022 deal with some additional matters but also make some corrections in relation to some aspects of your original statement of the 9th of December 2020?
Yes, it does. It deals with a photograph that has an arrow that's moved.
Thank you. Now, before we get into your investigation, can I just ask you to set out, for Her Honour's benefit, in general terms, your education, training, qualifications and experience in relation to investigating bushfire or wildfire?
In reference to wildfires, I've been with the Forensic Services Group for 23 years. I've been we do a structural fire course first, and then we do the wildfire course in conjunction with that. I've then also done advanced structural fire course, which is a very similar process, very similar techniques we use for both wildfire and structural fire. I've instructed on structural fire, the RFS, and for the New South Wales Police. Yeah, that's about as far as wildfires. That's me.
And in terms of investigating the cause and origin of a bushfire or a wildfire, are you able to say how many investigations you carried out prior to November of 2019?
Oh, I would be guessing, but I would suppose we would go to 15 or 20 minor ones a year, and probably maybe 4 or 5 larger ones that are far more complicated.
And in November of 2019, Detective, were you tasked with undertaking an investigation into the cause and origin of the Kangawalla fire?
Yeah, that's correct. Initially, we were called for the death of George Knoll, which was our first priority. We went and did that, and then snowballing on from that was the Vivian Chaplin and then the cause and origin.
And did you do, just dealing firstly with cause and origin, and I'll come back to those matters that relate to George Knoll and Vivian Chaplin later, but just sticking, if I may, with cause and origin, did you undertake that in tandem with a Rural Fire Service fire investigator by the name of Daniel or Danny Bush?
Yes, that's correct.
And is it fair to say that the conclusion that you and Mr. Bush reached was that the most likely cause of the Kangawalla fire was lightning strike?
Definitely.
And can I just ask you to turn up, please, your second statement, which is the one dated the 2nd of March this year.
Yeah.
And I'll have brought up, if I can, please, page 5 of the statement, which deals with image 3.
Yes.
Now, whilst that's coming up on the display screen, Detective, do I understand correctly that you dealt with a correction in relation to the correct identification of the red arrow which formed part of image 2? And that
Yes, that's correct.
And that was by reference to particular latitude and longitude coordinates that you obtained from Mr. Bush in response to a photograph that he took of a particular tree that demonstrated lightning strike.
Yeah, that's correct. That's that's not image 2. That's image 3. It's a bit complicated. Image 3 is the taken from 6 maps via the government website, a government mapping website, and that latitude and longitude is taken off that photograph that Danny Bush took of that tree.
And I'll come to that photograph in a moment, but just dealing with image 3, which is on the screen before Her Honour, does the red flag depict the actual coordinates of the lightning struck tree that you and Mr. Bush identified in November 2019?
That's correct.
And just in terms of orientation, at the foot of the image, does one see what appears to be a ravine or a river?
Yeah, that's the Man River as far as I think it's called the Man River.
Yes, no, I think you're right on that assumption.
Yes.
Now, do you know Skeleton Creek Road or not?
Yes, yeah, reasonably well. I've done another fire on Skeleton Creek Road a year prior.
And are we able to see in image 3 Skeleton Creek Road or not, to your understanding?
Skeleton Creek Road is towards the top of the page. You can see as it clears out and becomes light green, you can see
I'll just have the cursor. Just slow down. You might see a cursor there, but do you see a road that runs through some bushland about there? Do you see the cursor following a line through bushland?
That might be a track. That might be a fire trail. I would say just where you are right now is towards the end of Skeleton Creek Road. As far as I know, it's a bit complicated on that map.
And based on your
left of. Sorry,
please, you go, please. I'm sorry to cut you off.
So the clearing there's a residence directly to the left of the arrow, right down the bottom of the page. That's 114. That's a fire that I did previous. So if you can, yep, right there. So that's 114 Skeleton Creek Road, and its access is just to the towards the top of the map, which would be north. Skeleton Creek is to the north of that area, that clearing area.
Thank you. And to access that area of origin, which is depicted by the red flag, did you access it from Skeleton Creek Road?
Yes, we went to a property. I'd have to have a quick look.
114?
No, that's that's the previous fire, but it's I think it's 244, Mr. Alexander's residence at 244, and he took Mr. Bush and I up to that location.
And how would you describe the topography or the terrain in that area where you found the lightning struck tree?
It's rugged. It's quite thick, heavy bushland, and it to the south of that, it drops off to quite a steep ravine down to that river.
You had to access it by foot, I take it? No,
definitely.
No access?
We drove to the end of the road and then walked in.
And were there specific macro or micro indicators that you were able to track that led you to that specific point of origin, which was ultimately identified by the lightning struck tree?
Yes, definitely. We tend to use gross indicators like foliage freeze, that gets us closer, and then we get onto micro indicators like the cupping and how the ash flies into the face of trees and things in the direction the wind's travelling.
Thank you. Now I'll go to image 4, which is on the second page after image 3, which is page 6 of your statement, Detective.
Yep.
And you've got a copy in front of me. I'll just wait for it to come up on the screen. But do you see there, image 4 of your second statement, a photograph of a tree?
That's correct.
Is that, to your understanding, a photograph that was taken by RFS fire investigator Danny Bush on the 11th of November 2019?
That's correct.
And what attributes, if any, are exhibited in this tree that suggests or is consistent with this tree being struck by lightning?
That tree has a significant lightning scar that runs from quite high in the tree, that runs spirals down the bark of the tree, that goes all the way to the ground. Obviously, that's got massive heat related to that, which has ignited the fire.
Thank you. And just sticking with that photograph, image 4 of your second statement, do you see up the top of the image some longitude and latitude coordinates?
Yes, that's correct.
And are they the coordinates that you used to plot into the image that we saw a moment ago, which was image 3?
Yes, they are.
And do you see there, to the right of those coordinates, accuracy 5 metres? Is it your understanding that the coordinates that are depicted in that image have an accuracy of within a radius of 5 metres or thereabouts?
Yes.
Now, if I can invite you to turn up image 5, which is on page 7 of your statement.
Yes.
You've mapped there an additional flag, and you've noted in the caption, image 5 shows the westernmost fire, which was the smaller of the two fires, mapped on the 27 October 2019 RFS fire progression report. Now,
Yes.
Is the smaller fire one and the same as that area where the lightning struck tree was located?
No. 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 On page, on the very last page, image 7, I've put the 2 coordinates, and the flag in the centre is where we have the tree. Yeah, it got a bit complicated because I believe, and I actually don't have it with me.
I can bring the fire progression map up for you in a moment.
Yeah, that got a bit confusing. I got a bit baffled, so I'm sorry. Mapping's not my high skill.
Just so that Her Honour follows your evidence accurately.
Sorry, yes.
Image 7, there are 3 icons identified on image 7. There's the red flag in the centre of the image.
That's correct.
That's
where 3 is.
And that is where the lightning struck tree was located, correct?
That's correct.
And that was a specific point of origin in relation to the Kangawalla fire, as far as you're concerned, and Mr. Bush, to your understanding.
That's correct. And that's that latitude and longitude in the box.
Yes.
Beside it.
Now, to the left and to the right, or to the east or to the west, however you want to look at it, there are 2 red triangles. Do you see those?
Yep. Yes.
Now, if we just start at the one on the western edge or the left, which sits slightly above what I'd ask you to assume is the Man River.
Correct.
What does that triangle represent?
Well, that's a coordinate that comes off the progression report. I think page 11, maybe.
I'll take you to that in a moment, but
Sure.
Does that represent a smaller fire taken off a fire progression map?
That's correct.
And then the second of those two red triangles, Detective, which is to the right or to the east of the red flag, does that triangle represent the larger of the two fires on an RFS progression map?
That's correct.
Now, in terms of investigations, did you do yourself any investigations beyond that led to the specific point of origin which is depicted by the red flag, or not?
No, as far as I can recall, the only fire tracking data we had at the time given to us was in that vicinity. We had a number of witnesses who gave us that general area. We started to do some investigations in that area, which was speaking to a number of RFS operators on the ground, which led us to that general area, and that's where we walked in on foot and began to track the fire, and then found the tree. And
some of the data or information you had prior to your ground-based inspection was an account by Mr. Alexander, who was the property owner that you accessed
yes.
the area of origin from. Did you yourself speak to a man by the name of Dylan McKean?
As you can imagine, I spoke to a lot of people that day, but we spoke to a gentleman who I don't recall his name. He was across the gully and also gave a similar location. Would that be the same person?
Was he a captain in a local RFS brigade?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you have a recollection of him calling in the fire fairly early on to the Glen Innes Fire Control Centre?
Yes, as far as I'm aware, that's the person, yeah.
Now, based on your analysis of the distance between the two red triangles in image 7, did that come to about 4 kilometres?
Yeah, that's just some plotting some those coordinates into Google Maps, so it's probably relatively accurate, but I wouldn't say. I wouldn't say it's exactly, but it's.
I understand. I'll just have displayed for you, Detective, page 151 and also 152, which are fire progression maps for the period 27 October to 28 October. And tell me if that's the maps that you were referring to earlier and have referred to in your second statement. Just see if we can just magnify that somewhat. But do you see there?
Yeah, right.
Is that the progression map that you were referring to earlier in your evidence?
That's correct. And the on the page before, there's some text, and that's where those two latitude and longitudes come from.
Well, let's not perhaps. I'll have my instructing solicitor bring up page 150, which is the text to which I believe you've just referred to.
My pages are different to yours, I'm sorry. That's correct.
And have you relied upon the longitude and latitude coordinates contained within that text to plot the two triangles that we've seen in your image 7 of your second statement?
That's correct.
And then finally, to round it out, could I invite my instructing solicitor to bring up page 152 of the brief of evidence? Do you see there, Detective, a fire progression map? Have you seen that before?
Yes.
And that's just simply a magnified version of the earlier map I showed you. Do you agree?
Yes, that's right.
Now, do I understand that in terms of the specific area of origin that it sits somewhere between those two fires, being the smaller one sitting above Kangawalla and the larger one depicted by the large brown shading?
Yeah, that's correct. And it's in that report where they refer to it as west of, but it's actually east of.
And that was a typographical error in the text on our page 150, which is page
That's
10
correct.
of the new section.
It just made it more complicated than it already was. The tree, I'm sort of, it's really difficult to work out to join those two mapping systems together, but I think that tree is very close to the point near the point of that larger fire. So it certainly sits in that area quite neatly.
Do you have an opinion as to whether there was more than one point of ignition, or that it was one point that has progressed both in an easterly and a westerly direction, or you're unable to say?
I looked at the mapping data and it doesn't look like that fire, the smaller fire that's to the west, it doesn't look like it progressed for a period of time. But the larger fire had obviously spiraled out of control by then. So I would suspect that they are two very different fires.
And this is all predicated on the assumption that what one sees in the fire progression maps is accurate.
That's right. And I have no understanding of how good that data stays or remains.
But based on your ground-based inspection, did you also undertake an aerial inspection?
Yes, we did.
Do I understand your evidence a moment ago that, as far as you're concerned, it's more likely that the fire that has progressed and is depicted by the large brown shading in the top right-hand corner of page 152, figure 4, is likely to have progressed from the specific area of origin identified by the lightning-struck tree?
Yes.
And in relation to the smaller fire, you did not undertake any investigations in relation to its cause of ignition? You'll just need to say yes or no, unfortunately, Detective.
No, sorry, I was thinking to what you were saying. No, we didn't even get down. That's deep in the gully as well, so I don't even know if we could readily access that in those conditions we were at.
And dealing with that smaller fire that may have existed, assuming the accuracy of the fire progression map that I've taken you to, I understand from your evidence that no investigation into the area of origin was also carried out in relation to that ignition, if it existed.
No, we didn't. No, definitely not.
Now, in terms of excluding other causes for the Kangawalla fire,
yes.
What, if anything, did you do to exclude other possible causes in respect of that fire? For example, was it in an area where there's just simply no human habitation or likely to be human activity, which made it patently clear that the most likely cause was the lightning-struck tree?
Oh, yes, without a doubt. We, as I say, we tracked in on foot. If you were to ignite that fire, you would run the risk of being a part of that fire yourself. So it's in a isolated area that would be. You'd have to know that country to get safely in and out. You would have to probably go through Mr. Alexander's farm to get through that. I can't recall what time of the day that actually ignited, but so I mean, we searched that area thoroughly. We spent quite some time, probably within 15 metres of that tree, 20 metres of that tree, around looking for anything else. There was no reason to suspect anything else, but that area is thoroughly searched just as a matter of thoroughness. There was no other obvious indicators.
Thank you. Do you have to hand your first statement, Detective, which is the one dated the 9th of December 2020?
Yes.
I just want to deal with page 10, paragraph 34.4. Just take a moment to read that quietly to yourself. Now, this is in the context of your investigation in relation to Mr. Knoll's death.
Yes.
What was the evidence that the fire was extremely fierce in and around that area where Mr. Knoll's body was found?
Predominantly it was completely devoid of any bushland, any grasses, any small shrubs. It was completely barren. It was down to dirt, and the trees from the base, like the ground level to the very, very top, had been involved in fire, which indicates an enormous fire front. You see bushland that wasn't affected by fire is quite thick and dense, and typical of Australian bushland.
And as you've noted in that paragraph I've just taken you to, that you observed a number of deceased animals that were unable to outrun the fire, that I take it you'd agree is consistent with an extremely fierce fire?
Yeah, absolutely. Fierce and fast. It was obviously, there was kangaroos just sort of like dead on the track.
And as part of your investigation into Mr. Knoll's death, did you locate his remains in his motor vehicle near to his property?
Well, yes, he was recovered by me. He was located by search teams the evening prior, I think, or that morning. I'm not quite sure. I simply went as a forensic investigator doing the body recovery investigation, that it was consistent for that portion of that.
And turning, if I may, to your investigation in relation to Vivian Chaplin's death.
Yes.
Did you attend her property as part of your investigation?
Yes, I did.
And are you able to describe the area in and around her property from your recollection?
It was actually very similar to where Mr. Knoll was. It was on the side of a hill, which allows hotter, faster fire progression. So it's one of those steep sort of side of a hill, so fire rushes up quite quickly. That's the same intensity. It was devoid of growth. It was indications of a hot, fast fire. The shed that, or the barn that she was in, was significantly buckled from the heat and the ferocity of the fire. She was obviously gone before I got there. She was conveyed to hospital. There was no indications that anything was inconsistent with that fire on that day.
And did the fire indicators suggest to you that this is a fire that was moving west to east?
West to east, yes.
And
generally, it'll run different directions up hills, but the consistent flow of the fire was definitely from west to east.
And did you, detective, take a number of photographs of Vivian Chaplin's property?
I did.
I'll just have those brought up. The first one is, you're on page 121 of the brief of evidence. And for your benefit, detective, I think it's page 27 of your statement, if that assists you at your end. And I'll just slowly have my instructing solicitor, Your Honour, show a number of photographs between page 121 and 126.
Yes.
And just pausing there, if I may, detective, the image that is on the screen now, is it your understanding is that it was at the rear of the property that Ms. Chaplin was located?
That's correct, yes.
And do you know with any precision where, based on your inquiries or reports to you, where she was found?
Not at all. I'm sorry, no.
And that's some of the area around her property we see now?
That's right.
very little fuel is left, if any, it seems.
No, it's hot.
And the only other matter I wanted to ask you about, Detective, was you arrived in around the 9th or the 10th of November and undertook your inspection about the 10th or thereabouts. Was there any degradation of the fire scene back at the point of origin of the fire that made it difficult for you to track the fire or not?
No, it was quite as it would have been on the day of the ignition. It was, because it is so remote, so isolated. There's no through traffic. There's no reason for it to get degraded.
Thank you, Detective. There may be some other questions by counsel for the RFS.
Mr. Newton, do you have any questions?
Just a few, Your Honour. Detective Senior Constable, can you see and hear me?
Yes.
Could page 152 of the brief be brought up on the screen for the Detective Senior Constable to see?
Yes.
Detective Senior Constable, can you see that map?
Yes.
And just looking at the larger of the two fires, in the top right-hand corner of the map,
Yes.
would you agree with me that shows a classic V shape of a fire starting from a point of origin and spreading with the wind, assuming a wind to be blowing from the west towards the east?
Yes, absolutely.
And if you go then to the sharp point depicted on the left-hand side of that brown area, that would be an area that, as a fire investigator, you would suspect the point of origin to be, if you assume that the wind had been blowing from an east to a west direction. Is that correct?
It would certainly give you a good starting point. Fires will definitely flank right and left, or whichever way you're facing. It would certainly run back into the wind, and sometimes quite a distance. But that would, if I didn't have other witnesses, if I had nothing else but that would certainly be a place I would consider starting. Yes.
And if you can you see below that area where it says Man River?
Yes. Yes.
And where it says Man, can you see that there's a bend in the river, which the river travels in a northeast direction before coming to a turn and travelling back in a southeast direction?
That's right. Yep.
And now I just want you to sort of fix that, if you can, in your mind. And if now could page 146-5 of the brief be brought up? That could just now, that flag, as I understand your evidence, depicts the area that was where you identified the lightning struck tree.
Yeah, actually that looks all right.
And if you drop down and look at the river, or what's a gorge, would you agree with me that that the area to the below that flag and slightly to the left seems to depict that part of the river which I was just asking you questions about?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, it is.
And so the flag, I'm only asking this in an approximate sense, but it would appear that the flag is approximately at the western side of that brown area which was shown in the fire progression report. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, Mr. Newton, do you have any other questions?
I couldn't hear anything then, Your Honour.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, could you just repeat your answer, please, Detective? I don't think Mr. Newton heard.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. That's that location is quite close.
And so where you you were asked some questions by Mr. Castleton about, I think it was image 7 of your report. Bear with me for a second. If you could bring up page 146-9, which is image 7 of Detective Senior Constable Chetham's second statement.
Yes.
That shows the flag, which is where the lightning struck tree was. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then the red star, I withdraw that, the red triangle on the right-hand side of that flag, that's quite a lot further to the east than the most westerly point of that brown area in the fire progression map. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would. Yeah.
And it's the lat long which was given seems to have been a lat long which was put in the middle of that brown area. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I don't know where those latitude and longitudes that the RFS report, I don't know what they base that on, whether it's just a centre of that large mass.
But in any event, if one was to plot the most western edge of the brown mass, it's likely to be somewhere quite close to that red flag that you've identified as a specific area of origin.
Oh, absolutely.
There's no further questions, Your Honour.
Thank you, Mr. Newton. Anything arising?
Just one matter, if I may, which I omitted to ask in chief. Could the witness be shown page, what page was it? 144. It's a photograph that's contained within the material that will be tendered tomorrow in respect to Vivian Chaplin's inquest, Your Honour. I'll just have that brought up now. It just takes a while to load, sorry to say. Detective, do you see there a photograph of Vivian Chaplin's residence?
Yes.
And is that a photograph that you took?
Yes.
And do you see to the left of the residence what appears to be a ute?
Yes.
With a flat tray at the back?
Yes.
Did you undertake any inspection of the ute as to see whether it was in working order or not?
No, I did not.
Do you have a recollection, if one looks closely, and it may be that you're unable to say this because of the the quality of the image on the screen, but if one zooms in, does it appear that it's missing a tyre at the rear?
Yeah, it is.
And do you know whether or not, based on your examination of the scene, as to whether fire had gone through that area or not?
It looks to me shielded. It's probably shielded by the shed itself, the barn itself. So the fire may very well skirt around and over, and that's if that plastic shuttle at the top has not been affected, that would burn readily and quickly. If that hasn't ignited, it hasn't been impinged by flame at all, I wouldn't think.
Yes. Thank you, Detective. They're my questions, Your Honour.
Thank you. Thank you, Detective. That's the end of your evidence. You're excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honour, the next witness this afternoon is Dylan McKean. I don't know whether Mr McKean has been brought into the virtual courtroom or not.
I think he's there. Hello, Mr McKean. Can you see and hear us?
I can.
All right, you'll just hear from the court officer now.
Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you, Mr McKean. Castleton.
Thank you, Your Honour. Mr McKean, would you please state your full name?
Yeah, Dylan Shani McKean.
And can I ask what your occupation is, sir?
I'm a high school teacher.
And are you also a member of a local rural fire service brigade?
Yes.
And which brigade are you a member of?
Red Range.
And is that a brigade in the area towards Talaba?
Not directly, no. So we are sort of in a more easterly direction of Glen Innes, and Waitalaba is a little bit more to the north of Red Range on a different road.
And Mr McKean, what rank do you hold within the Red Range RFS brigade?
Captain.
And do you own a property on Cooper Road, Red Range? Firstly, do you have with you a statement that you provided in relation to the Kangawalla fire dated the 10th of November 2019?
I do.
And are there any matters that require any correction to that statement?
No.
Now, did something occur on the afternoon of the 26th of October 2019 that took your interest, so to speak?
On the 26th, it was actually in the morning, it wasn't in the afternoon. I saw a small puff of smoke from the northern side of the Man River. I took a photo of it and sent it through to the duty officer of the control centre and asked if somebody else could go and have a look.
And before that, that event that you just described on the 27th of October, did you hear something on the afternoon of the 26th of October that took your interest?
Oh, sorry, yes, the 26th, I was confused. 26th, yes, there was, we had a storm come through that Man River Valley, and yeah, there was a crack of lightning. How close, I'm not sure, but it did seem very close to me at the time.
And was it sufficiently close that you undertook an inspection of your property to see whether it may have struck on your property or near your property?
Yeah, that's correct. So both my property and the adjoining property, which happens to belong to my parents, I went around all the fire trails that were there from a recent fire and just made sure that there was no sort of reignition of existing fires or anything new.
And at this time, Mr McKean, how long had you been a member of the RFS?
Probably in the vicinity of the sort of maybe 9 years.
And at that time, how long had you held the position of captain?
I couldn't exactly say. It wasn't overly long, maybe a year or two.
Now, you've described a moment ago having seen a small puff of smoke or plume of smoke, and you took a photo of that and you sent it to Glen Innes Fire Control, correct?
That is correct, yes.
How far from where you took that photograph do you believe that the smoke was?
I mean, it's hard to tell when you're looking into the distance how far something is away, but my best guess was something in the vicinity of probably about 2 kilometres.
And I'll just have displayed now page 187 of the brief of evidence. And if you've got your statement to hand, Mr. McKean, it's page 2 of your statement. And is that the photograph that you took on the morning of the 27th of October, which you sent to the Glen Innes Fire Control Centre?
It is, yes.
And it's faint, but do you see towards the top of the photograph some fire? There's a cursor there now on the screen.
Yeah, that was the point of the photo, yeah.
Now, doing the best you can, and given your experience of the area around your property, between where you stood when you took that photo, does the Man River cut through that section?
Yeah, so that falls away down into the Man River from both my direction and from that northerly aspect where that smoke is. So just beyond that tree line, it falls down.
The front tree line? So
yes,
the stand of trees immediately towards the fence, from that point down, takes you down into the Man River.
Yeah, so it goes down across some cleared flats and then down into the river. At that point, in a straight line, is not as steep as it is a little bit further over to the east.
Thank you. And are you able to indicate, and if you can't, please say so, whether in this photograph one gets a sense where Skeleton Creek Road may be or not?
Yep, so Skeleton Creek Road would be beyond the top of that hill on the horizon that you can see.
It's on the other side of that ridge line that we see at the top of the photograph.
As best as I can tell, yeah.
All right, I'll take you next to the next page of your statement, which is page 188. And do you see there what appears to be a screenshot?
Yes.
And is that a screenshot that you took of your mobile phone?
That's correct, yes.
And what was the purpose of taking that screenshot firstly?
So the purpose of that was to give the duty officer who was hopefully tasking a crew to go and have a look at it, a location or a ballpark sort of area to go and have a look at where that smoke was coming from.
And doing the best you could on the 27th of October, the blue section which has WYPT 021, was that your best guess as to where you thought the plume of smoke was emanating from?
Yeah, so basically I could only make a guess. That WYPT stands for a waypoint, which then allows up in the top right-hand corner, you'll see some grid references and some directions so that they could find a location down to sort of 100 square metre area within that sort of range.
And do we see below the waypoint the Man River to the south of that point?
That is correct, yes.
And then are you able to, in this image, locate Skeleton Creek Road or not?
Not very clearly from that picture, no. Maybe if it was zoomed in a little bit, but it may get a bit too blurry.
We'll try and we'll scroll down. Need to go down.
No. Yeah. So that track that you can see that runs along the Man River there, that is the access into the properties that are in Kangawalla itself, which largely runs along the edge of the river. Skeleton Creek Road would be up towards the top. There is some sort of property there where the cursor is.
And then
there's something there, I'm not quite sure what that is. But my best guess would be, if you go over to the left of the screen, you'll see a trail going along through the bush. Yeah, up there, yeah. That area up there would be my best guess as to, or even the one above it would be my best guess as to that being Skeleton Creek Road.
Thank you.
But again, only a guess.
And to your understanding, was a local fire brigade tasked to investigate that area that you had identified where there was a fire going?
Yeah, so the duty officer had messaged me back and said that she was tasking Shannon Vale Brigade to attend.
And did you later that day take some further photographs of the fire?
That's correct, I did, yes.
And do we see one on page 4 of your statement, which is page 189, that you took in the afternoon at about 1:45 p.m?
Yep, that is correct.
And as one looks at that photograph, which I'll have displayed in a moment, was the wind heading in a easterly direction at that time, or not?
Yep, so you can see from that photograph that you've got the wind behind blowing the smoke to the east, which means that the wind would have been coming in from the west.
And in that area where one sees the smoke, and from where you took that photograph, is Waitalabar northeast of your property or more east?
Probably northeast.
Now, I'll just go to the next image in your statement, page 5 of your statement, Mr. McKean, on page 190, the brief of evidence. And is this a further screenshot that you took on the 27th of October?
Yeah, it does. It appears to be a screenshot of the Fires Near Me app.
And do you remember why it was you decided to take a screenshot of the Fire Near Me app, which is an app that locates fires?
I'm guessing because it doesn't really correlate with where. Is that from the same day? Do you know?
You'll have to tell Her Honour, Mr. McKean, it's your statement. An inference available is that it perhaps was taken on that day when one has regard to the chronology. In paragraph 11 on page 4 of your statement, you indicate you took the photograph that we saw a moment ago at 1:45, and then the next part of your statement has a fire at 2:15 screenshot at 2:15 p.m. But what's your recollection Was it?
So that doesn't really correlate with where I had thought that fire was at, and it looks to be further to the east of where I had thought that it was.
Do you know whether by this
further
time...
to the west, sorry, correction.
Further to the west?
Yeah.
And do you know whether by this time the Shannon Vale Brigade had attended to the fire scene or not?
To the best of my knowledge, they. I wasn't on the fire ground, but to the best of my knowledge, they were. It took them roughly about an hour and a half to get in, which would have put them there sometime around probably 1:30 in the afternoon.
And do you have any recollection today whether you cited any aerial support during the course of the 27th of October as the fire was developing or not?
I don't exactly recollect whether there was any helicopters in the air around that fire at that point on the 27th.
Now, you were unwell at this point in time. Did you recover from your illness such that you were able to participate in firefighting activities in the latter half of October or the early part of November or not?
I was off all fire duties for approximately about that 2-week period, give or take a few days within that sort of end of October area.
Were you on duty by the 8th of November 2019?
No, I was still unable.
Thank you, Mr. McKean. They are my questions.
Mr. McKean, if you just wouldn't mind waiting on, while I see if Mr. Newton has any questions for you. Mr. Newton.
I have no questions, Your Honour.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Mr. McKean. You're excused.
Thank you.
Your Honour, that concludes the evidence in today's inquiry into the cause and origin of the Kangawalla Die Hard fire. Your Honour now has the benefit of the documentary material contained within Exhibit 32A and the oral testimony from retired Detective Sergeant Damien Loon, RFS Fire Investigator Daniel Bush, Detective Senior Constable Andrew Chettam of the Forensic Evidence and Technical Service Command, and just now from Mr. Dylan McKean. At a later stage in Your Honour's inquiry into the 2019-2020 bushfire seasons, those assisting Your Honour will formally address the court on the cause and origin of the Kangawalla Die Hard fire. In that regard, Your Honour, I can now foreshadow, for the benefit of my learned friend, that a formal submission is likely to be made that the origin of the fire was in bushland in Shannon Vale in an area that is north of the Man River and south of Skeleton Creek Road, and that the cause of the fire was a lightning strike to a tree on or around 26 October 2019. Would Your Honour formally stand this matter over to the 5th of September 2022?
Yes, I do that now.
May it please the court. Your Honour, that concludes that matter. Tomorrow, my learned friend, Ms Stevens, will open the inquest, firstly in relation to the death of Vivian Chaplin, followed then by the inquest into George Knoll.
Thank you, Mr. Castleton. Unless there's anything else, we'll adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Please, the court.
Nothing else.